There we go. Alright. Alright. Come on, Kega. Yep, this. You can do this. Very good. There we go. Alright. We hit the. There we go. That's the right button. Hi. We're on neither. Yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Let me get this off. Hi. Hello, standing. Hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. Hope you're all doing well. I hope the week has been kind to you. Hope you guys are ready for the weekend. I'm doing alright. It has been an okay day. A little stressful. Just a lot of moving parts today. A lot of things I was trying to keep on top of, and I'm just like, if I get added one more time on work teams, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. But it's okay. We made it through. We made it through. And for tonight, we're just gonna chill out. We're gonna work on some art. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. How are y'all doing? How is Thursday going for you? How's the week going for you? You know, it's weird. I just bought all this chocolate last Saturday. I want cookies. Makes you feel needed, maybe too much. I suppose that's a positive way to look at it. I feel very essential to my team. Yeah, I think it would be chocolate chip. I could go for some chocolate chip cookies. That sounds good. That sounds like a good time. Maybe I'll go to that cookie place. That would be so great. I go out for a run, and I just run all the way out to the cookie place and buy a bunch of cookies, and then I jog back. So I earn the cookies, right? I work it off, and I make space for the cookies, and then I have a cookie. Unfortunately, the cookie place is on the other side of a big-ass hill, so I would really be earning it. The joys of living in a mountainous area. It's very beautiful terrain. It's just a lot to deal with. I don't know, last night was weird. Like, it wasn't bad, it was just weird. Humanity needs good games, good needs you, therefore humanity needs you. I'm doing my part. I do honestly feel like that sometimes. Like, I don't know, I'm not gonna be the one that solves the big questions or the big problems, right? There are smarter people than I am that are gonna be the ones that know how to solve those things. My job is to help keep the spirits up in the meantime. Give people things to smile about, things to enjoy. I'm basically a cheerleader. If I help someone get through the day, that's a victory. That's a big win. That's a big deal. So I'll take that. Yeah, I don't know. Last night was just kind of weird. Like, maybe it was the rain. Maybe the rain threw off my mojo, threw off my groove. It was nice though. I got really curious. So there's a valley I sort of live on the edge on. We're on like a ridge above this river valley. And, you know, you look at the river and it's like, there are parts of it that are a perfectly straight line. You're like, all right, this is not a natural part of the river. And so I got really curious, and I was like, okay, what did this look like before? How, if I went like 300 years back, what would this place look like? And so I was going through, I was sort of looking for stuff online. I found this one website that sort of explained the heritage and the history and everything. And what they basically explained was prior to the 20th century, the river valley, the river, started and ended in approximately the same place. It was a little bit different. But the entire river valley was essentially a marshland, and this river just sort of meandered its way back and forth through it, almost kind of like a snake. It just sort of went back and forth. And just the entire place was a marsh as a consequence. The lake that it came from, the lake that it fed out to, were almost at the same elevation, so there was almost no flow in the river. It was very still. So it just kind of turned the entire place effectively into a swamp. I don't know if there were any ogres at the time. But then during the 1900s, there was basically a big effort to sort of make the river valley more usable, I guess, for lack of a better word. And so they essentially rebuilt the river to sort of run down the center of the valley and then more or less drained out the rest of it. So the river used to be like 30 miles long because of all of its meandering, and they cut it down to 14, which is a lot. And that river is the one that we effectively have today. They made a couple of adjustments. They added a weir dam on the lakeside to control flooding, and they did some other stuff. But yeah, that's essentially the same thing. What was really wild was the first aerial survey of the area was taken in 1936 or 37. I don't remember the exact date. And, there were no satellites at the time. They just flew planes overhead and took photos and then stitched them together by hand to make this aerial survey to sort of understand how the territory was, how like the land was getting used and how things were getting laid out and everything. And it was really wild to see, like, there are roads that are almost 100 years old that I am biking on today. Like, the ones that exist, like, there was no highway at the time, right? So that is sort of a very central element to the navigation at this point. But at the time, that just didn't exist at all. But there are some of the roads, it's like, yeah, that's still there. We still use that. I don't know. It was weird that I could pinpoint almost exactly where I live. Except that nothing that is here now was there at the time. Like, our particular little section is more recent than that, but some of the other stuff does date back 100 years or so, which I feel like this is a big difference between Americans and Europeans, is like, Americans get super, like, wowed when we see something is over 100 years old, and Europeans and Asians are like, yeah? Yeah? Only 100? Like, dude, I walk past 500-year-old arches on my way to work every day. I suppose it depends a lot on where in Europe, but I know there are some parts that are just insanely old. That's not what I meant to do. So yeah, I don't know. It was just a fun little rabbit hole that I ended up wandering down, sort of figuring out like, oh cool. Hello Sonic, happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. How's your week going? Yeah, I don't know. Aside from that, I was a little restless last night. Not terribly so, but definitely had a couple of like false starts and wake ups. And for some reason, the crows were very active this morning. I don't know what was up with them, but it's been an okay day. It's been pretty good. So compared to last weekend, I have like nothing planned for this weekend. I guess there's the Star Citizen thing that I want to watch. But honestly, I'm just kind of like, I don't feel like doing anything. I kind of got all my adventures done last weekend, and I feel like this weekend is just going to be a rest period. I'm just going to chill out. There's a couple of things that I think I want to get ready for the holidays, but no major projects, so I'm not feeling any particular pressure to get started on that. Sometimes you just need to have a weekend where you don't really do anything, you know? You just need to have a little bit of time off, a little time to yourself. You're going full speed all the time. You wear yourself out, you know? People don't really operate very well going 100% all day, every day. I don't know, humans are very weird. Because humans, on one hand, like regularity. Humans like having consistency in schedule, predictability, reliability. But at the same time, if you do that for too long, it's like there's this itch to change things up, to get out there and do something else, to explore, to adventure. I suppose the real balance lies somewhere in the middle, right? Like finding opportunities to do exciting things, new things. And sometimes you gotta make big changes, but you do your big adventure and then you're able to come home. You have something that you can fall back to once the excitement has been had. That's why I like to go hiking, but I don't like camping. I like being able to go home and sleep in my bed. It was like, this was a wonderful experience of nature. I want to clean up now. I want to go sit with my blanket and have a nice drink and not worry about getting mauled by a bear. So yes, let's see. What else? I did buy Sword of the Sea. I bought it. I downloaded it. I'll probably open it just to make sure everything is ready to go before the stream, but it is ready. It is ready. We're gonna play it on Saturday. It's gonna be very, very pop. I'm super excited. I'm very excited. I didn't actually check. Nah, I'm not gonna check the reviews or anything. I didn't check to see what the like ratings on Steam or anything were, but frankly, I don't give a shit. We'll see what it looks like, what it feels like when we get there. So yeah, that'll be on Saturday. I did play a little more X4. I finally got back into X4 last night. I haven't really been feeling much of an urge to play games lately, but I was like, you know, I haven't touched this in a while. So the last time I played X4, I had built a new space station. basically as a solar farm. One of my other factories was situated in the asteroid belt, which does not get a lot of sunlight, it turned out. The amount of sun that gets out, even as far as Mars, is pretty low, it turns out. So the factory was struggling to get anything done because energy cells are one of the base components for a lot of manufacturing, and it just wasn't able to generate energy fast enough to keep up with the other parts of the production line. So the solution was to build a solar farm in another sector, which would generate the energy cells, and then I would transport the energy cells from the solar farm to my factory. But the first one I set up in the void, which became frequently under attack by Xenon armadas, and my first solar farm was destroyed by a dreadnought. Just blown the fuck up. So I saved Scumbat. I wasn't able to save it. There was nothing I could do to like protect the farm from getting destroyed. That was already done. But I was able to pull some of the resources and the personnel off of the farm before it got blown up. Basically just set up a new one in Venus instead of out in the void. You would think the void would not get a lot of sunlight. Turns out, very good sunlight. So yeah, the new Venus farm is up and running, and that's already producing a lot of energy that I can take over to the asteroid belt. So that part is working. Now I just need to... You know, I wonder about that. Because in the Expanse, you know, a big part of like what established the political dynamics of the solar system in that universe was the harvesting of resources from the asteroid belt, from the Jovian system and the Saturnian system. Uranus and Neptune are really too far out for anyone to really make use of, so a lot of the primary sort of political powers were situated on Earth and Mars, and then you had this large population that had gone out to work in and eventually settle the belt and the outer planets. You know, Venus is a fucking hellhole. There's nothing you can really hope to do about that. So Venus was out, and Mercury is just an oven, so that's out. So it's really just these three locations, effectively. It does make me wonder, though, like, you're not gonna see a lot of sunlight being generated, or you're not gonna get a lot of solar power in the asteroid belt, in Jupiter, or in Saturn, because the amount of light, I don't remember exactly what the equation is, but it has like it's not a linear decrease, it's like exponential in how quickly the amount of energy drops off as you get farther and farther away from the sun. So like even going from Earth to Mars is a noticeable decrease in the amount of sunlight. It's substantial. It does kind of make me wonder if someone would an Expanse-style society have solar farms that would be situated out around Venus to harvest solar energy, put it into batteries, or even like essentially tight beam it, right? Would you harvest it and then essentially condense it into a laser and relay it farther out into the system to a partnered station that would collect the laser beam and then transfer that into energy to move it out somewhere else? See, I feel like the Expanse sort of waved that aspect away because the sort of technological MacGuffin of the Expanse is the fusion drive. You know, they figured out a high efficiency fusion drive, and my guess is essentially all of the outer planets' settlements, Ceres, Eros, Ganymede, etc., just run on fusion. They just kind of skipped the solar element because it didn't really make sense. So it might have just been that, but I don't know. I could see solar energy supply lines becoming a huge thing. It's interesting to think about. I don't know. Logistics is cool. Logistics can be really interesting. When you look at like the sheer amount of stuff that has to happen, the amount that has to get moved, and the amount that has to be done to get it all to move is very impressive. Never would have made it as an engineer though. Don't have the patience for the math. I like making things look cool. I'm not so concerned with how they would actually go about working, you know? This is a very different kind of challenge. Alright, why don't I pour out some tea and we can switch over and get started on our drawing. Let's see, let me situate myself over here. I'm just gonna join our little buddy. Hey, buddy. There we go. And let's do this right here. All right. So I'm not sure what they're called, but some, well, yeah, some cathedrals have these like dividers, they almost look like. These very ornate tops. I think it might be a specific cathedral. Is this the Basilica? It might be the Basilica in Rome. I feel like I saw something like this in Assassin's Creed, but I'm not sure. I don't know. In any case, I feel like it'd be a fun element to incorporate, but we'll have to see exactly how detailed we want to get with it. It might be worth it to make some sort of like separate element, but we'll have to see. Something that we can sort of replicate over and over. Yeah, how are you guys doing? How is your week treating you? I hope it is good. Okay, yeah, so the color washing is sort of neutralizing a lot of the warmer tones, which is fair. That is what I asked for. It is what I wanted. think we're gonna do something like this. We're gonna have like a really heavily occluded area back here, right? Can sort of lighten up a bit as we get down towards the edge. Get a little bit of light bounced in here. And then you can have a little bit of this bounced in as well along the lower end, just to sort of help distinguish the shapes. You know, I've been following up a little bit more with this whole EA buyout. As much as I don't like EA very much, that is not news. That is not a new thing. I have been very vocal about my distaste for EA for a long time. I don't think anyone is going to be surprised by any of that, right? But I do find this concerning. I think in part I find the buyout itself concerning. I find it confusing. But I also think it is emblematic of a wider trend in the industry. The game industry oversized during 2020, 21, 20 and 21 in particular, right? Everyone was stuck at home making sourdough bread, bored out of their minds and looking for stuff to do, right? So everyone that could provide at-home entertainment saw a massive boom in profit, for lack of a better term, right? People bought more video games, bought more books, bought more streaming services, even though, you know, producing stuff was hard because you couldn't take people on location or anything. And like, I don't understand how there was just like the general assumption of this is just going to be the new norm and it's going to be great times forever and we can just make long-term plans. Like what we're seeing right now is not an irregularity. But that's what they did. And then the bubble burst and they went on yellow. Right, and the industry essentially has been downsizing ever since. Basically, it started really turning down in 23 and has just been on a downward slope since then. And it's very weird. It's very sad because, you know, there was a video I was watching talking about, you know, there have been a large number of sort of smaller studios formed by former Blizzard developers and former AAA developers, you know, particularly after Activision did its downsizing post Microsoft acquisition. They all sort of scattered to the winds and formed their own studios to do the things that they wanted to do, make the projects that they wanted to do that they, you know, perhaps didn't have the freedom to do under Activision's umbrella. And a lot of them have been met with not incredible levels of success, and you know, many of the studios are sort of struggling. You know, the article in particular came up because the studio, founded by Mike Morhaime, you know, one of the big names at Blizzard back at its founding, they're having to go through layoffs because their titles have not found big commercial success. So the entire industry is contracting, right? And, you know, with hindsight, it's like, well, it never should have gotten this large in the first place, but it's too late, we're there now. I don't know, the whole situation with EA is very strange because what they've done is a leveraged buyout, right? So the deal was struck for $55 billion, which is fucking absurd. That is such a stupid amount of money. But that's what they signed on. And they essentially were able to convince, you know, all of their shareholders by buying back all the stock at a 20% bonus, right? So whatever the stock was worth, they paid 120% to convince everybody to sell, which, you know, if you're a stockholder, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. You know, their only concern is money. Why would they turn that down? They wouldn't. So the deal is worth $55 billion. And once the deal goes through, 20 billion of that is going to get foisted back onto EA. So post-acquisition, EA is going to be responsible for $20 billion of debt, which has already been classified as junk level. So the interest rates are going to be insane. And what's really weird about all this plays like someone who is trying to, I guess for lack of a better term, do a pump and dump, right? It feels like the playbook of someone that is trying to buy a company, extract everything of value that they can, and then run it into the ground. And just run away with the part that they wanted. I guess it's not a pump and dump, but hopefully you get what I'm trying to say, right? But the part that doesn't make sense to me from that logic is, you know, the major investors in this, the major players that are buying this are I don't remember the name of the specific group, but it's the Saudi Public Investment Fund or something like that, right? They've already made a bunch of other purchases in the game industry. They bought SNK, they bought Evo, right? So they have made serious financial inroads into the game industry with the intention of long-term investment. Like, this doesn't seem like a quick cash grab. The intention seems to be to set down roots and build, like, investment that's going to benefit the Saudi government. So it feels like there's a huge disconnect to me between the way that this buyout has been set up and what the actual intentions are. But it feels like EA is not going to survive it. And if they do, one idea that I heard floated is a couple years back, EA effectively split the company into two divisions, the sports division and the entertainment division. The sports division, as the name would imply, does sports. They do sports and sports accessories, and that is all they are concerned with. FIFA, NFL, NBA, whatever else, right? And the entertainment division handles everything that isn't sports, which I believe would include Battlefield. So, you know, there's been a lot of nervousness around the fate of BioWare, because BioWare was already on the ropes, right? Dragon Age did not perform very well. We don't know where the next Mass Effect is, or if, you know, they have not been doing well on the whole. So there was kind of the feeling that EA was already thinking about taking them out behind the shed. So with this, you know, and now EA needs to retain, or, you know, make up a shortfall of $20 billion. It's like, okay, BioWare's totally fucked. But frankly, it would not surprise me if the entire creative division, the entire EA Entertainment, is on the same block as BioWare is. I could very easily see it going that direction. It's very sad and very frustrating to me because, I don't know, I think as you said, Standing, humanity needs good games. They need entertainment. They need storytelling. They need things. You know, it's, I don't know if this is a quote from Poem or what. I just know that it was read by Robin Williams at one point. It was very beautiful. You know, something to the effect of, it's not just enough to survive. People need to live. People need art and culture and stories, because those are the things that make life more than just a daily struggle, a daily competition to get all of your necessary resources. And it seems like the people that are really making the big moves in the game industry at this point are not concerned with that. It feels like everything is just plays to move money around. You know, if EA does decide we're going to recoup a bunch of our money by selling off all of these studios in this entire division, Mage? How's your Thursday going? You know, if EA does decide this, you know, feel like Tencent or NetEase would be more than happy to take those companies off their hands. And I don't really trust them with the well-being of the industry either. Do I trust them less than EA? That's a really hard comparison. Fall allergies. Yum. Hopefully nothing too crazy. I recommend a good drink. You'll feel better. Maybe some chocolate. There we go. Size congestion. Definitely chocolate then. It is a weird thing, but I honestly, at this point, I think I would like to see less money in video games. I feel like we have so much of it just flying around haphazardly that it is becoming actually detrimental to the development of good games. Does chocolate actually work? As a decongestant? I don't know that it would, but it would definitely make you feel better. I don't know, if you got spicy chocolate, it would probably help clear you up. I didn't try it, but one of the places that I bought chocolate from had a extra spicy dark chocolate truffle they called the Four Horsemen. Apparently it was quite popular. So I don't know, this whole thing, the whole buyout is very concerning. I don't really know where the industry is going. And it seems like a lot of people at this point are more interested in playing, I mean, not everybody obviously, and there are new releases that are still finding a lot of success, but it seems like a lot of the enthusiasm for new games is kind of waning as they get more and more like focused on maximizing profits rather than delivering a good experience. Yeah, I get that. A lot of indie games are doing well by comparison because they're making the games people they are. I think the sort of challenge is there are so many indie games that while we do see a lot of success stories, there are still wildly greater numbers that we just never hear about because the games never get anybody's attention, right? I mean, I agree with your point. You know, you look at the biggest, like the biggest titles, the hottest shit that people have been talking about this year are like Silk Song, Expedition 33, Hades. You know, Battlefield Beta has certainly drummed up some excitement, but you know, I think there's still a bit of skepticism, especially now. Silent Hill seems to have been generally pretty well received, though one of my friends just today was saying that he was like, he said the same thing that I've heard from a few other people, like, I don't get why this is a Silent Hill. Some other game recently it sold terribly because when it launched on Steam it didn't notify people who wishlisted it. I don't know, I didn't hear about that. Maybe because of that problem. One of my good friends was working on a game, and he was saying the same thing, that like there's a huge drive to wishlist, like get wishlists, because you know, that's part of how you get people engaged. It's how you can sort of point to investors and say, like, you know, look at the engagement that we're getting on our game. So yeah, having the wishlist system fail can be really catastrophic, for sure. Like, I don't know. I do not have a projected release date for Pages, obviously, because we're so far off from actually getting to a point where that would be ready to ship. But if I'm being really honest, my expectations of Pages doing well financially are not great. It's definitely much more of a project that I am working on because it's, you know, a learning opportunity and something that I care about more than something that I think is going to be like massively market viable. Although if I add a battle pass, I don't know, it's such a weird kind of mixed bag, I guess. It's like Helldivers. Helldivers does not have what I would call a traditional battle pass, but it does. Could sell cosmetics. Yeah, there you go. Planet Centauri had 130,000 wishlists in the first 5 days, had 581 units sold because of an error on Steam, and they didn't send the wishlist notification for the launch. That's rough. I wonder if Valve would be on the hook for that. Probably not. Probably something in the contract, but that still sucks. I mean, hopefully it turned around once the notification did go out, but yeah, that first week is very important. not to rag on Steam, but I do feel like there's a concerning amount of faith being put in Steam doing the right thing and being the good guys. Like if Valve ever just decides that they want to fuck everybody over, there's not a lot to be done about it, I feel like. Looking for giving the day tab, and looks like somewhere around 95,000. I'm good. Okay. So I think it's unrealistic to say that, you know, all 95,000 of those came from wishlists. Some of them were definitely probably like deal of the day pickups that people went, oh, this is interesting, and went to check it out. But even assuming that like 50,000 of that is wishlist, that's like, it's not quite 50%, but that's like 40% or so wishlist to actual purchase returns. That's pretty good. That feels like a good return to me. I'm glad they managed to at least see some success. I don't know, like, I'm glad we have Steam. I just worry what happens if Steam decides they don't want to be the good guys anymore, or they just, it doesn't work for them to be consumer defenders. I don't think we have enough good options as a fallback. Because even in a situation like that, you're basically just hoping, well, Steam. Steam's good people. They'll sort it out. They won't dick the developers over for a shortcoming on their end. But there are so many platforms where it's like, no, they would just say, well, we're sorry, but that's unfortunate, and that's just kind of how it's going to shake out. And that's the end of the discussion. You're like, what the fuck? There we go. I don't know. I just want to play games, man. I just want to play games and enjoy them. I don't want all this politics and drama and bullshit. I guess that's a sign that we've made it to the big leagues, right? Serious industry, serious bullshit. Oh, well. Now what's going on in here? Okay, so you're doing that. You're gonna sort of clean up this way, I think. Okay, it's looking better. There's a lot still to clean up here. To curl up on my chair or anything. Good posture, good posture. Also shouldn't be too concerned with the micro details. We'll get there. We'll get to those. Oh, I was very excited. Mighty Nine has started doing their pre-launch hype cycle, you might call it. They put out another trailer. Travis and Sam put out a little video sort of talking about like what is the show gonna be? How is it gonna be different from the tabletop podcast? I'm very excited. I tried listening to Mighty Nine. It was fine. I think all of the players and Matt obviously did a good job with it. I don't know. I think I just don't enjoy listening to D&D very much. I think it's kind of too slow paced for me and I just lose focus on it. You'd think it would be something that I would enjoy just putting on in the background while I draw or play something, but I don't know. It just never holds my attention for long enough. I only get through a couple episodes. Nice. But they were talking about how the show, obviously they're going to do some adaptation. They have to. It's just sort of part of the nature of bringing the story from one format to another. But they said they're actually going to start it in a slightly different place from where the tabletop did. Just because they sort of have some hindsight on like how the characters form, what their motivations are, their backstories, and there's some stuff that just sort of makes more sense to put forward in the story and sort of introduce that information to the characters early, or the viewer earlier on. And so they're going to do a little bit of reordering. They're going to show more sort of like cutaway stuff that isn't focusing on the party, so that you can see more like more stuff going on in other parts of the world, right? So what they were sort of saying is, compared to Vox Machina, it's going to be a bigger project that looks at more of Exandria than Vox Machina did. Yeah, well, they're always going to condense some stuff. They're going to rework some stuff, especially all the like mechanically heavy elements of the tabletop are going to get simplified, for lack of a better term. Well, if you figure that a round of D&D, like mechanically as written, condenses down to like 6 seconds. That is what they say, right? A round of D&D, where all players and all enemies have gone, is approximately 6 seconds of time. So 10 rounds is a minute. And you're just like, okay, but that took us 2 hours to get through. So yeah, they have time. They have plenty of fat to trim. They have plenty of stuff that they can very easily condense just by not having to play out the mechanics of it. They have a lot of extra stuff that they can cut away to, extra story that they can tell, little odds and ends of stuff that they were like, so we did it this way in the campaign, or like I said these things, and can we retool that a little bit and just make it flow a little bit better? You know, it's a chance to do a bit of a do-over. And definitely they did that quite a bit with Vox Machina, you know. There were a couple really interesting YouTube videos that people put together where they like had scenes from the show and then side-by-sided it with what happened at the table itself. It was kind of cool seeing like, okay, this is what they did originally, and then this is how they sort of reworked it to make it flow better as a TV show. I keep the same from Mighty 9 where they faff about in the street game while Travis rolled 3 natural ones in a row. I imagine they will keep that scene in some way, shape, or form. I know, so there was one thing that they had in Vox where I guess for a while they were just having like the shittiest luck trying to lockpick anything. Like doors were the mortal enemy of the entire party. And so they didn't make that like a running joke, but they made it a scene, right? They had like a part of the show that was referential to that bit that they had to deal with for a while. Admittedly, I think it would have worked as a running gag, but then they also would have needed to have a lot of lock-picking scenes. So yeah, nature of adaptations. Oh, it was just one scene? Okay. I thought it was like a recurring thing that was happening throughout the campaign, that they just like kept rolling shit. They joked about doors because of the scene. Okay, I see. My mistake. This isn't a door. It's a demon. So yeah, I'm very excited for that. So that's going to be November 19th. So still a few weeks out. But I'm very excited to start watching that. I'm really looking forward to it. And we're going to get more Vox as well. Which I think is going to be really interesting because, so I don't know the plot of Vox Machina. I don't know how the tabletop went over the course of its, you know, entire experience. The way that the show certainly portrays it, it feels almost like the campaign ended. And where the third season left off is the start of another campaign with the same characters. like we kind of dealt with the stuff and got our mostly happy ending. You know, there's still things to deal with, things to resolve, but it's not, you know, the overarching plot line that had driven the first 3 seasons was over and done with. It feels like we sort of got a stinger to launch into a new plot line at the end of the 3rd season. So I'm not entirely sure where we're gonna go from here, and I don't know, like, I'm glad we get more. I think if they had left it at 3 seasons, that would have been fine. Briarwood Arc, Scanlan, Percy and Max are trying to get into Old Temple with the door locked by a bar on the other side. They spent 30 to 45 minutes like trying to get in, ended with 4 spells cast, Scanlan with the sword wound on the hand and Max covered in glass. Some days you just can't open a door. See, this is one of the things that I appreciate about Draw Steel. I don't think any of the mechanics allow for an absolute failure. And then they had to fight a ghost. Well, yeah, the ghost was probably pissed off because of all the noise from trying to get the fucking door open. What do you motherfuckers think you're doing with my door? Incredible. I'll break it down. No spoilers. Okay, but don't go beyond where the show has gone. So, with Draw Steel, I don't think any of the mechanics allow for failure. Right, so if you're trying to lockpick a door, for example, what would essentially happen would be you roll 2d10, and if you score like a tier 1 result, you will still pick the lock, you will still get the door open, but you might not get it open in the way that you would have wanted. So you might try and like pick the lock, and the whole lock mechanism like comes undone and lands on the floor with a resounding thud and alerts the guards. Right? Or you might, you know, accidentally knock down the door and there's like rabid dogs on the other side and you're like, oh shit, now you have to fight the dogs. Right? So you're not going to be stuck there spending all of your resources for half an hour trying to open the door. But the result that you get might not be the result that you were hoping for. But I still think that's more rewarding. right? It's more rewarding and it's more predictable. Because in combat, right, you're never sitting there like, I'm not doing anything because I'm spending all of my rounds trying to attack this one guy and I keep missing. Or I keep scoring below his AC. So my rounds are just wasted doing nothing to this one enemy. It's like if you try and attack something, you are going to do damage. It's just depending on your dice rolls. You might get the maximum amount of damage, or you might get significantly less, or you might not get an activation that you were hoping for. But it's never going to be a complete waste of your time and resources to do it. And I will admit, as I'm playing Draw Steel, I'm still thinking in 5e terms, right? I'm still sort of looking like, okay, what is the thing that I'm most likely to be successful or effective at? And yeah, I still sort of need to work that mentality of I'm going to be effective regardless. I just need to figure out what's going to be the most valuable way to expend my resources. The resources also aren't as... Well, one campaign prior was a checkpoint, Chroma Conclave was another... Oh, okay, that makes sense. And there's one more. Okay, so this is the last campaign, or last chapter of Vox Machina. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The way that they sort of broke up Chroma Conclave made it feel, and it is very expansive. There was also a lot of other shit that happened within Chroma Conclave. Okay, that makes sense. I see what you're saying. I think the other thing that makes it a little less... Because Vox Machina, at least the show starts out with them killing a dragon. Like, that was their introductory thing. So, I don't know, in a way, like, the show sort of frames the entire thing as being Chroma Conclave related. And then Briarwood is just kind of, like, in the middle. I can definitely understand the feeling being very different though when you're like sitting at the Vox Machina table for I don't even know how long the campaign would have lasted for, you know, experiencing that story. But yeah, very different vibe. Fair enough. One of the other things I think is going to be a lot of fun about Mighty 9. When the start was pushed up, if I remember right, the actual game started being streamed before the introduction of that dragon. That sounds correct. I definitely don't know enough to say anything definitive one way or another. I recall there being an individual who was part of the game, and that individual proved to be a little problematic, and so they stopped playing with him, and that character never even made it into the show. They were just like, yeah, we're not gonna. So yeah, that would not surprise me. It's like, let's just sort of figure out a point where we can start this clean and go from there. You know what? That's fair. That is fair and understandable. So I do think there's a very interesting sort of narrative dynamic difference. I don't know specifically what he did. The only thing I remember hearing is that it was kind of problematic on Critical Role. Like, he was not a great person to play with. If he did other extremely objectionable things, yeah, fair enough. So Vox Machina has, you know, Travis and Sam were even talking about this. Vox Machina had a substance. Ew. I knew about the center stage stuff. I didn't know about the substance things. Well, I hope he's doing better. And that is all I will say on that. I will say with my Draw Steel group, I feel like I haven't quite played the character the way I might have liked to, because my character's main inspiration is Johnny Bravo. I basically wanted to make like kind of an antithetical character that it's a rogue, but he just can't help showing off. He cannot help being the center of attention and peacocking and trying to impress everybody in Swoon. Not just the ladies, I mean mainly the ladies, but you know, he's not that picky. Yeah, and I think these characters we're probably not going to spend enough time with to really settle into them, which is fine. You know, it's my first time playing tabletops in a while, so I'm just happy to be here. But yeah, a lot of the people that we're playing with have a lot more experience than I do, so I'm kind of just having fun watching them do their thing. So Travis and Sam were talking about Vox Machina, you know, especially from the perspective of the show. You meet these characters, they're already together in a group, they're already an adventuring band, you know, with, shall we call it, delusions of grandeur, right? They present themselves as being competent adventurers and noble heroes, and everyone's like, y'all are dumb as shit. Right? And so the sort of initial introduction of the characters is less of them sort of finding their footing and more them sort of proving their capability as heroes and adventurers, right? Showing everyone's like, no, we are hot shit. We know what we're talking about. We know what we're doing. We have the capability. We just need a chance. Whereas Mighty Nine is absolutely a bunch of witless chuckle fucks who get thrown into a situation way above their weight class and just have to figure it the fuck out. I think it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be great. I don't know. I think both are valid, right? Like, there's definitely a lot of interest, and I think it really speaks to the maturity of Critical Role. There was a meme that got posted on Ivy's Discord a little while back of like, tabletop campaign #1. We have to save the world crystal from the dark forces and be, you know, superheroes. And by campaign 20, you're just a bunch of woodland creatures like wandering through the forest having a merry old time. Yeah. They're great. They're stupid. I hate them. So I think Mighty Nine really speaks to the maturity of Critical Role, of Matt, of the players, of their storytelling, of their character modeling. And, you know, sort of figuring out the types of characters that they want to play and enjoy playing. Because, yeah, the first time you're gonna sit down and do a tabletop like this, you're like, I want to be a big, cool hero character. I want to be, you know, someone larger than life, whether that is Paragon or Renegade, right? I think that shows in a lot of the characters in Vox Machina, right? Like, each of them have these big backstories and these destinies and these tie-ins to other characters and, you know, all this stuff that happens to them. And it kind of comes back to that thing of like, they're already an adventuring group that knows what they want to do, even if they haven't had the chance to do it. I do not know much of 99. I think I got through like maybe a dozen episodes? Maybe a dozen. So yeah, I do not know the big scene that you are referring to. Yeah, I did not get very far with it. Most of what I did partake of, I listened to while I was working out in our old place's, you know, little community gym. And you guys know how much I love the gym. So I did not get very far with it. Because yeah, I would go to the gym for like an hour. And a single episode is like a 4-hour run. So it would take me multiple sessions at the gym to get through a single episode. And of course, then the fucking thing would keep pausing for ad breaks. I'm like, this sucks. No, I'm pretty sure I did not get as far as episode 26. I don't remember exactly where I stopped, but it was not that far. Pretty sure. But yeah. So you have these big hero characters, and then Mighty Nine. I don't know that any of them, like, set the challenge for themselves as a group, or, like, sat everyone down and said, okay, here's what we're gonna do. But, oh boy, did they all manage to land on just rock bottom idiots. The mighty chuckle fucks. Okay, hang on. I feel like the trailer honestly establishes it really well, so let's watch it. Let's just put this on. It's a good trailer. I really like it. I almost didn't watch it because I just wanted to like just let it be fresh, but it's good. Let me make sure we got the right window here. There we go.
It's a Luxon beacon. It's no religious relic. This beacon is a weapon.
Some kind of arcane weapon has crossed our border. War is coming, and you're our only hope of stopping it.
You got the wrong people.
We've got a homeless wizard, an inebriated goblin,
Bottoms up!
a shipwrecked sailor, a cocky ringmaster, a temperamental monk, and chaos incarnate.
Do you want to be my
That's what makes you so dangerous. They'll never see you coming.
Time to put on a show!
Did you actually think you could escape your path?
Shared purpose, shared pain, but mostly shared strength.
What do we do?
What we do best. Make terrible choices.
I'm out.
This group is wild.
We are the Mighty Nine.
But there's only 6 of you.
Yes, but 6 and 9 go so well together.
I love it. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be great. Also, the fucking secondary cast that they got here. Look at this shit. This is a huge lineup of people. And you know half of this is just because, like, everyone knows everyone. All the voice actors know each other. And they're just like, hey, you want to be in the show? You want to be a character? And they're like, yeah, that sounds fun. The goblin has a -3 in charisma and as a rogue rolled a 0 on a deception check and battle. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's so good. Let me see if I can find the it's like episode 2. I do vaguely recall that. Here it is.
What were you doing in that tent? I told you, officer. We were just passing through. We paused for some entertainment.
And leaving trails of bodies is entertainment for you, sicko.
You got nothing on me. I didn't even have a weapon. Unless you count these pythons.
You guys, this is just like a true crime novel. 2 hot-headed dicks cranking up the pressure on the perp until she breaks. Ooh, which one of you is the bad cop?
I'd take this seriously, miss.
BT Dubs, your handcuffs are super janky. The ones Mama uses are so much harder to get out of. And fluffier.
This is profiling, you racist assholes! Well, maybe not you, big boy.
The goblin and the hobo? No fucking way. I work alone.
I swear, their bodies changed.
Ich weiß von nichts. Why would I turn the audience into reptiles? They pay my salary.
Technically, you should give us a reward. Maybe a parade.
Wanna give me a cavity search? Make sure I'm not lying.
We didn't find any reptile corpses, and a dozen witnesses saw you blow open the hole so the creature escaped. You're clearly some kind of criminal gang. Now give me a name for the booking sheet.
Our name?
Fuck off.
Keiner von uns ist ein Teil einer Gang.
Oh yeah, we are called the Sensual 7.
There's only 6 of you.
Don't forget the Traveler.
Saving the country. That's a good touch. That is good. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I love Sam decided to play a goblin girl, and it's like, yeah, we're doing this. We're gonna do this for like 4 years. We're all in. And he did it. Sam is a delight. Sam is an actual, like, wonderful person. Yeah, the only Critical Role thing I finished is Calamity. And that was 4 episodes. That was easy enough to deal with. That was a size of campaign that I could actually follow to the end. Ooh, turned to the crew once he talked, not for the first time, and said, "Oh, we are doing this, motherfuckers." Cinema. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be a very good experience. But yeah, I think everyone sort of showed a real, like, growth in flexibility and willingness of just being like, you know, we spent however long with Vox Machina playing these paragonal heroes. What if we just didn't give a fuck? What if for the next one we just played a bunch of idiots and see where that goes? But there's only 6 of you. It will probably be a running gag. I feel like it will be a running gag. I think the real question will be, I don't know. Like, at some point, I feel like it'll be one of those things that they introduce themselves, and then as soon as somebody starts to retort, they're like, yes, yes, we know. I'm trying to remember if I got to the point where they explained the name. Okay. No, I do remember. I do remember. It's because for like 2 episodes in a row, they kept rolling 9s. So that by itself will be an interesting little element of how do they work this into the story without the dice mechanic being present. Like, what is gonna be the in-universe explanation for them being the Mighty Nine without it being like, well, because the dice said so. Okay, so here's an actual question. This is... because that was not for a while. right? Like, they didn't get to a point. Okay, so I might have just sort of answered my own question, but they didn't get to that point where, like, the rolling 9 thing became a consistent element of the story. And they would have been like, oh, we're the Mighty 9. I think that was, like, episode 7 or something. Yeah, they could have a little scene where they, like, have a game of dice that they have to win or something. That would be fine. But, you know, they did stream this. Like, they live streamed the games. But they wouldn't have had the name for the campaign if it's the Mighty 9 until a few episodes in. So I imagine for a while it was just Critical Role, right? Like, the channel is called Critical Role, this is just Campaign 2, and we'll figure out what we call it later. Yeah, well, all the YouTube episodes are named Mighty 9. Because at this point, it's like, it's well enough established, it's like, yeah, this is just what it's called. But way back when it was airing, I don't know what the plan was. Like, if Matt had a name in mind, or if they were just kind of like, yeah, we're just going to start campaign number 2 and sort of see where it goes. So the funny thing is, I think I mentioned this before, but I was talking with my roommate about Draw Steel. Because Draw Steel is based on 4th edition D&D. And its combat mechanics are fairly slow, right? Like, it takes us 2 to 3 hours to get through a single fight. You know, this is a party of 6. It is not a small group. If we were a smaller group, we would definitely go through it more effectively, more efficiently. So that's definitely a factor, but even with that, compared to 5th edition, was still under Geek and Sundry. Really? Huh. So, for the rest, it made me hurt the knee. Good hunting, Sonic. So, I've heard a fair amount of discourse of how Critical Role has affected people's expectations of how tabletop games are supposed to be run, and the experience that you can expect to have with them, right? And, you know, Critical Role is a very specific type of tabletop experience. It is very narratively driven. It is very performative. It is not indicative of an average player's experience with the game, right? Because your table is not filled with professional voice actors who know how to play characters professionally, right? It is an unrealistic expectation. But what I was saying to my roommate was, I feel like a big part, what I think might work better for Draw Steel is to kind of, to some degree, follow a bit of Critical Role's cadence. Especially in Calamity. You know, Calamity had 4 episodes, and I think they had like maybe 1 encounter per episode. I don't think the first episode even had an encounter. There was a very brief one. There was a very brief fight. And there was another big one. There was a second big one. Yeah, I think there were only 2 big encounters in all 4 episodes. Right? Most of it was storytelling, mystery, and intrigue. And then there was a little bit of combat mechanics kind of interspersed randomly, but not like serious encounter events. Whereas so far, the dungeon that we have done has been 3 back-to-back encounters. And so that has been the only thing that we have done so far. All we have done is combat, aside from a little introductory conversation piece. Yeah, it's been fun. I'm not saying this is like a complaint, but you know, the concern is sort of getting through the story, getting through the campaign at a good pace. I think Draw Steel, you do need to sort of slow the roll on the frequency of combat. Let that sort of set up as something that you sort of build to with a longer tempo. Because otherwise it feels like you're just gonna, that's all you're gonna be doing, right? You're gonna forget how to do the non-combat stuff because you're just stuck fighting all day, every day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really hold it against that or against Critical Role, the impact that they've had, because I don't think Matt was trying to like change how people perceive tabletops or how they engage with them. I think he was trying to use Dungeons and Dragons as a stage to tell a story with his friends. I think they were very successful at that. I think, again, sort of, it's more the fault of people that watch Critical Role and then go join D&D groups with the expectation that it's going to be just like Critical Role, which it's not going to be. And fault is a bit of a strong word, right? Because especially if it's like their first time doing a tabletop, they don't know what to expect other than the stuff that they have seen. You just need a bit of a reality check of like, alright, listen, this is the actual sort of thing you can expect from especially a beginner group. And if that's not what you're looking for, you might want to look for something else. Might I suggest community theater? It might be a little more up your alley. Vox Machina had a different group name before streaming. Before Geek and Sundry bought, the stream was The Shits. Yeah, that would be a little difficult to market. I think that was a good name change. I'm just gonna go ahead and give that one a thumbs up. See, sometimes you just need a second draft on stuff. Sometimes the first idea is not the best one. To bring a little consultation in. A little opportunity for reflection, consideration, legal counsel. Though I would enjoy just hearing Liam having to repeatedly introduce themselves as the Shits. God, Liam has such a sexy voice. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna do a little bit of a change in the lighting profile. So I'm gonna sort of dim down the legs in general. Right, we're gonna darken them, we're gonna obscure them a little bit more. Obscure. And that'll sort of give more room for a green glow, a blue-green glow to sort of creep in and influence in here. I'm mostly focusing on the character right now, but at some point we're gonna need to jump back and work on the background. Get some more detail worked in there. Good. Yes. More or less good. Still a little outlining in here, but we can break it. I think this just needs to be more occluded. One thing I realized, I still need to do a lot of work improving my cloth rendering. That is still very much a shortcoming in my repertoire. So I'll work on that at some point. I mean, I'm working on it right now, but I think at some point I'm probably going to have sort of like some of the other stuff we did, a drawing that sort of focuses in on that a little bit, and it gives me sort of an opportunity to really exercise and flex those muscles. One thing that I do really enjoy, so my roommate does it in Draw Steel. I don't know if it's something like Matt sort of really popularized, if it was something that was already sort of a normal thing to do, but I really enjoy in tabletops, like if you get a good kill on a monster, on an enemy, the DM sort of looks at you and is like, so how you want to do this? Sort of give the player a chance to flex and show off their badassery, explain how they just like completely beat the shit out of this guy. I don't know, it's really fun. It's just a fun, and like the entire table always gets really excited when the DM does it. This is a fun little hype moment. I certainly take a lot of inspiration from streamers that I watch. I look at what other people are doing, how they do things, you know, and sort of at least consider like what elements make sense to incorporate into my own methods. If I feel like something would be, you know, a good idea. I think it's normal to take inspiration from other people. Monday's a holiday. For you, maybe. Was Monday gonna be the 13th? Yeah, it's not a holiday for me. But I hope you enjoy your time off. It is always weird when we have work days where our client doesn't, so we're just kind of doing stuff, even though we don't have anyone to report to. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, in some ways it's kind of nice, just because we typically have a lot fewer meetings. We don't have to worry quite as much about, like, the minutiae. It's just a little opportunity to sort of get ahead on some stuff, which is nice. But yeah, it's always like, gee, it sure would be nice if this was some kind of holiday that we could take. Just look at all the empty chairs, be like, yep. Yeah, you would think, excuse me, you would think if our client got the day off, we would too, but nah. Yeah, well, can't help that. Mhm. Oh, well. I'm always tempted on those days where we don't get holidays to just take a sick day. Company's like, you don't get today off. It's like, the fuck I don't. I don't actually know if our client has Monday off or not. Probably don't. Are you stuck? No. There it goes. What are you? Are you good? Alright, there we go. That was weird. Let's see. I think for this, we'll make the triangle. 1 second. Sorry about that. I'll give myself a little something to smooth the throat out. A bit scratchy tonight. Well, okay, I'm always scratchy. But at least I'm not itchy. That looks better. We just need to bring this shape out more. I'm seeing this whole ass hand back here that we haven't gotten started on. I'm like, uh-oh. I'm in danger. There we go. Alright. Honestly, we're still doing a lot of the primary cleanup. We haven't really gotten to the part where we start to get into the fine detail. Okay, I think for this, we're actually gonna start bringing the sleeve more up like that. Sort of bunch the hood over it like so. Okay. Yeah, I think that's working pretty well so far. Just need to finish clean up a lot of these fine details. I don't know. On one hand, part of me wants to get better at having a clean setup. Just because we'd spend less time sort of cleaning things and correcting things, but I feel like even if we did that, we would spend a lot of time cleaning up anyway. Stuff that makes sense in the line work doesn't necessarily make sense once you start sort of coloring and lighting it and painting it in the round, so to speak. So I don't think we would actually save ourselves a ton of time and effort. I think in a lot of ways I've just gotten kind of comfortable sketching the way that I do and then figuring the rest out as we go. I don't think it's a bad methodology. It's just a method. I have a good reference of this. Not really, but I'm gonna grab something out of. Oh, right here. That's what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, this part. Lightening up to the point of lighting out. Knocking it down just a hair. Sort of distinguishing between the tone on the triangle. There we go. That's getting better. Oh, wait. Okay, so this part is actually pretty okay. I think that can kind of go like this. This needs to sort of cool off because this isn't the lighter tone of the trim, so that's a little bit too bright. Okay, and then yeah, all of this can be brighter again, because that is the trim. Happy Thursday. How you doing? Okay. That's good. I'm doing alright. Just working through the cleanup. It's been kind of a long day, so nice to just sort of relax a little bit with the drawing and the chooms. Kitty, where? Oh, are you talking about the boyfriend here? Yeah, Mookie made him. He's a good little bean. Oh, that reminds me. Let me get the name. I'm totally blanking on the name now that I'm thinking about it. Kurama. Kurami put out a just sort of showing off some of their latest like hair work, and it was of Mookie's new model. I was like, ah! Even if it was like, I don't know. I miss Mookie. It was good to see her face, even if it wasn't actually her. Kurama actually put out a tutorial on how they do some of their hair rigging and animation, hair physics. So I'm probably gonna buy that. It looked really good. I was like, shit, I could stand to scale that up. So I'll probably get that in the near future. I don't know when the updates would get implemented, but at some point. Soon, TM. Probably not even soon, TM. We're really gonna go in and do all these fucking triangles? Do I hate myself? Yeah. The song, this is from the Expedition 33 soundtrack. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but it's in Act 2. I still need to play Expedition 33. I'm getting way too caught up in secondary details, so that'll work. But I don't want to spend forever focused on this particular aspect when we still have a lot of cleanup to do, so I will come back to it. Trying to decide what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I might just play some Beat Saber because I went for a bike ride yesterday. I went okay, but by the end I was definitely feeling some leftover fatigue from the Sunday ride. like I'm not fully rested or recovered from that. So I think trying to push really hard and do a full week of rides, especially with the weather being what it is like, let's just stay home. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest. A very good start to your long weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Alright, we're getting there. Getting a lot of the cleanup done. I think, yeah, the lower body is still a little bit undercooked. Alright. I think with what we have left for time, I'm actually gonna hide the character for a little bit. Let's go ahead and hide the smoke too. Where did the smoke go? Smoke! Anyway. Let's work on the background for a little bit. Got all this cathedral reference. I think we'll go ahead and sort of get going on this and figure out what it is we want to do. Not a lot of preparation done in here, but that's okay. Let me do this. I think this will just be kind of a place to start. Like, it'll get us going, then we'll figure the rest out as we go. Okay, so we have sort of the lower alcoves. Okay, so yeah, we have the lower alcoves, which are going to sort of be behind these, and then we have smaller windows, nested under larger windows. Actually, I think we'll just only do them in the top row. Save a bit of effort and repetition. Something like that. Right, there we go. Okay, so what do I want to do here? What is the idea? What is the plan? Do I have a plan? I don't. But we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. We'll do it live. I think a good place to start would be to sort of establish the alcoves of the roof up here. Make it sort of clear how the dimensions of this are working. Trying to sort of definitely not getting like a complete or thorough understanding of Gothic architecture from this. We're just sort of a passing imitation, shall we say. Not going in and sort of learning all the delicate intricacies of why they construct things the way that they did and why particular elements form what they do. I mean, a lot of it is centered around weight distribution, right? There's a lot of stone, a lot of heavy materials, very grandiose form, but all that mass has to distribute its weight down to the ground. You know, and there's so much volume, so much surface area that is taken up by glass, which has zero load-bearing capability. So, you know, everything else has to be very intricately designed in such a way so that all of the weight gets supported through the columns and carried down to the ground. So that's why you see so many arches intersecting with each other. You know, on some of the larger ones you see those, like, not minarets, like the little towers that sort of connect to the sides of the building and provide additional support. It's all very carefully put together. Marvelous accomplishment, really. Not going to be able to see this part anyway, but worth it just to sort of work through the logic and make sure that it's going to fit together nicely. Yeah, it's starting to work a bit better. I'm just gonna grab this and fill in the idea, right? Admittedly, what I should probably do is take these. Maybe do... Ooh, there we go. That's pretty good. Maybe the secondary one is an overlay. Yeah, that's kind of fun. I like that. And then we can play around with the color more later. But that at least gives us something fun to work with, palette-wise. Oh shit. I forgot to turn the symmetry back on. Whoopsie. Okay, so yeah, we've got that, and I think I want these to be smaller windows that are sort of set underneath the main ones. So we'll carry that purple into these, maybe make them not as bright, right? Portal isn't quite as big. So I imagine someone that knows their Gothic architecture very well would probably tell me that the sizing of the windows is incorrect, that there's probably a particular relationship that provides better structural integrity, and so you would actually expect to see like this sizing on the main size versus the lesser one is like, that's fair, but I don't know what it is. So we're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna play it out. Our main driving force right now is the vibes. Okay, so yeah, you are going up like that. I wish I had a slightly better indication of what this was doing, but it's okay. Okay, so I want to grab a little bit of this. We're gonna darken it. So this is the part that I was not 100% sure how I wanted to execute it. We've got, let me just bring what I'm seeing in for y'all's reference. So we've got these things, right? It's almost sort of like this divided element that separates sort of the inner space, the inner hallway, from the outer hallway. really wish I knew where that was. It looks like the Basilica. But it could also be England. So, essentially I want to have some of that action going on, right? We sort of have this like inner procession way. The true Nightwings. There we go. So we can grab a little bit of this and reintroduce it. Don't do that. A little bit of this color in here. I'm not sure if they ever said who the other members of the True Nightwings were. Someone... He managed to convince to join him in his schemes. Let's see. So maybe something like this. See, I was thinking at one point about the possibility, the idea, if you will, of essentially making like a brush or a stamp to do this. So we would have sort of an easily repeatable element that I could just like bump, 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 bump in. But I think we'll just do it by hand. I don't know. Could definitely always work more. Could work smarter. Make brushes, etc., etc. But I think the way that I work, I tend to just sort of do things very straightforward, very simply, you know? It's like I've got my simple toolkit, and for the most part it's enough to do what I want to do. I mean, I say simple, it's, you know, a very sophisticated art program, but I mean within that program. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, it's terrible. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. So we would have an arch down here that would, you know, go farther off in space, but with all of this sort of building up the way that it is, we can't really see that. We could lower these alcoves down, but if we bring the character back, I don't know, I kind of like where it's sitting. I think it's working well enough as it is. Yeah. We could lower it down a little bit. It's gonna involve some pretty ugly surgery and some redrawing, but it's alright. Yeah, I'll do. So yeah, we can see a little bit of the archways underneath this part now. Like these pillars. I'm sorry. My voice is not agreeing with me tonight, it would seem. There we go. Good. Good. Just retouch this a little bit to get more of that bending perspective in. Okay, that's a bit better. yeah, just a little bit of redraw to figure out some of these details, right? I think we're just gonna need to sort of make this archway extravagantly huge. We'll redraw our dividers once we've got this in a better spot. Admittedly, with the values being what they are, it's kind of hard to tell them apart, but it's not too terrible. Certainly workable. Okay. Oh, what's next? What's next with you? Alright, what kind of smoke do we have going on here? Give me some of this. I think what'll help distinguish the alcoves from the dividers is if we add some of this like blue underglow into them, right? Give the bit more sense of volume to the space, right? There's some light emanating from the smoke as it like creeps along the floor and fills out the entire volume of the space, not just the area right around the view. I think that's kind of fun. Okay, so you're doing that. What is this doing? Where is it? I'm getting lost in my own reference file. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's kind of fun. Let's put little adornment windows between these guys. Or maybe it's a little bit too high. I think it's a little bit too high up. So what we need to do is sort of create an archway that nests these windows, right? Something like that. Straighten this out a little bit. We go like that. Okay, and then yeah, we'll sort of set up the framework for the windows within this structure. Something like that. And then you I'll sort of come out like that. Okay. It's coming along. There's still a lot of cleanup, a lot of detailing, a lot of design work still to do. But we're definitely getting there, which is cool. Kind of reminding me a little bit of Witch Queen. Just the like green haunted gothic architecture. Similar sort of vibe. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Some of this just to sort of fill and darken the space in. Might make that a window, not sure yet. Probably should be a window. Again, probably gonna be obscured anyway, but fun to sort of work out the particulars and figure out all of it. Not a bad idea. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a weird shape that's happening right in here. Where you've got... I guess... Yeah, okay. So... I've got essentially two options. I can straighten this out. Make this a more... final... a more terminal wall. Or I can have it round off. I think I'm gonna... try and straighten it out. What the hell? Oh, I think I know what song this is. Yeah, I think that works alright. Okay. So what else do we need? Excuse me. Oh, I think I'm carrying this. Okay. Good. We're slowly figuring it out. Slowly getting it. Just sort of bringing the character back in periodically, right? To sanity check everything and make sure that it's working the way that we would like it to. Okay. Okay, and then we have that going on. Good. Okay, so this is a little too wide. We gotta bring it in. Bring it in, hustle, hustle up. Bring that in a little bit. Good. Good. some value breakup in here. And some of a lot of the breakup that we have right now is sort of half planar, half shape designation, so just trying to get a little bit more like volumetric as well. So get like underside of the color there. You can come in like this. But yeah, we've pretty much completely destroyed the top ornamentation of our dividers, but that's okay. Once we're confident in what's going on behind them, we can come back in and add that without too much trouble. Okay, so yeah, we've got it's a little bit of a design mismatch in how the pillars and the archways are lining up here, or rather how they are not. Don't do that. I'm wondering if I need to like double up on these. No, I think it's okay. Or maybe it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see. I mean, it's probably fine if we're going exact. If we're trying to match the reference, then yes, I think I should consolidate these arches into a single bigger one. But I'm not trying to get an exact match to a particular cathedral. I'm more just sort of going for the vibes of it. So I think it's fine to leave it more like how it is. Just sort of correct the detail. No, let's not do this. Just start giving it like a beaked end. I don't think we want that actually. Okay. See if I try and transform it, it's not gonna fit, right? So just Do it by hand. There we go. Good. Gonna pour some tea real quick. I think it's coming along. Just gotta sort of keep refining the form a bit more. Okay. I think it's a good sketch, and like if we thumbnail it, I think it looks nice. Now it's just a matter of going in and actually sort of cleaning it up and adding all the detail. That's gonna be a lot to chew through. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of like architectural detail in the columns, probably, just because I don't really know where to start with that. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now I just need to do it like 4 more times. Oh, only 2. Sorry, I've been kind of locked in trying to figure this out. It's been a bit of a process. I guess we kind of got a lot of the yapping done. Oh, excuse me. Looks pretty good. I think that works. Let's bring the character in for reference. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's working. Excuse me. Correcting this a little bit. Okay. If we're going by placement of the ornamentation, then this needs to come down, right? But now they're not in line with the windows. Fuck. I think what we're gonna want to do, grab these. Maybe bring them down like that. sort of nudge the windows over a little bit. Now I was watching a video by Mother's Basement. Good anime channel. Does a lot of very good like reviews and seasonal summaries and not retrospectives, like editorials talking about ideas and whatnot. And Jeff was the guy who runs the channel. Jeff was talking about how there was sort of a good indicator of, because there's a lot of isekai anime out there, right? Just a disgusting amount of it. And most of it is power fantasy wish fulfillment slog of little to no inherent value. To the point that many people, understandably and rightfully so, myself included, kind of immediately write write isekai off as being a slop genre. And he sort of framed this video as like, here is a surefire way to figure out if you're dealing with, like, if you're, you look at this isekai. This is a very simple way to figure out if you are dealing with something that is actually like halfway decent or just generic slop garbage. And you can typically do it within a single episode. And what he essentially was sort of putting forward was the concept of isekai is you have an individual from one world, typically the regular world, the familiar world, that is transplanted into a different one, a more fantastic one in some way, shape, or form. And they have to sort of come to terms with the rules of that world. Used to be the case that the desire to go home was sort of the driving motivation of the story, but in recent years, the protagonists seem to be pretty happy with just chilling wherever they wind up, and then building a new life, which is an option, I suppose. But what Jeff was arguing was essentially you can tell if an isekai is gonna be good or not by the rule systems that are established in the world, not by the supporting characters, not by the richness of the world that they wind up in, but by how much time we see the character in their native environment, right? If the story takes time to establish a baseline for the character, gives us an understanding of where they are coming from as a character, as a person, and what their conditions were prior to their transmigration, that more likely means that the story has something to say rather than just being some wish fulfillment power fantasy where protag winds up in his perfect fantasy world and builds a harem and gets all of the tits and ass and, you know, power he could ever want. Because it's always a guy. Whereas, you know, if you, whether it's positive or negative, understanding the background, being given a chance to understand the background of the character, why they are the way that they are, why the isekai event might be seen as a positive thing, a chance. What, you like the power fantasy wish fulfillment? But do you like it every time? Do you like it season after season, 5 times a season with slightly different flavors? And look, Jeff even was like, okay, sure, you want something to just turn your brain off and enjoy for 20 minutes? That is completely valid. I mean, you guys are hanging out here, so I figure that must be at least part of the motivation. But, you know, if you want a story that's actually going to engage and try and say something a little more involved, a story that bothers to establish its baseline is a good indication that you are going to get more out of it. I started reading a novel for a very well-known author and felt just like that. I stopped reading a third of the way through. Just because... Oh, yeah, just because it was like... You get there and maybe you have a halfway interesting premise, but then it's just kind of like, alright. Yep. Cool. Where is this going? Is this going anywhere? I see some... So this is too generalizing a statement, but I browse AO3 sometimes. And I will see stories on there that are like upwards of 200 chapters. I'm just like, this isn't a story. This is a serial. This is just you writing whatever comes to mind with reckless abandon. This is not going in a direction, it just exists. Which, fine, pop off, but I'm not really here for that. So, yeah, if you like, think about how much of Lord of the Rings is spent in the Shire, which is like, by design, the most boring, mundane life you could possibly imagine. But they spend that much time there to establish, like, this is what Frodo and Sam and Merry and Pippin are used to. This is their baseline. This is their norm. And then they are taken away from that by necessity. And everything that is presented from that point on is against the context of this is the life that we're used to living. You know, you meet Boromir and Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli and Gandalf, and all of them are used to, you know, lives of conflict and adventure to one degree or another. And then these four are just like, man, I don't know. I was fucking gardening yesterday morning. Where the fuck are we? I mean, to some degree, I think it would be a not unreasonable thing to say if you're gonna have an isekai, like the first chapter, if it's a book, even multiple chapters, or the entire first episode, if it's a show, should be dedicated to showing the protagonist pre-migration, right? Like, what are they coming from? And how does that influence their perception of the world that they find themselves in? Is it a positive? Is it escape from something that they didn't like? Is it them being ripped away from a world that they did find comfortable and they're trying to go back? Because either of those are interesting stories, right? But if you just kind of have a protagonist suddenly wind up in another world and be like, sweet, I'm gonna start a harem, then it's not a story. Like, I think Jeff even said you can't have a character arc if you don't have a starting point. If you don't have multiple points of reference, you can't draw a line. You just have a state of being. I think there was one example that he brought up, and I don't remember which show it was or which story, but, you know, it is possible to sort of in medias res the situation, you know, have the person show up and then sort of over time reveal their backstory and give context to why they are the way that they are and why they are responding to the situation the way that they are. You don't need to front load it, but that presents other, you know, narrative challenges of not making sure you don't deliver the information too late. I don't know. It's certainly not about to make me jump into watching a bunch of isekai. It does sound like there are a couple in there that might actually be entertaining, but it's so hard to pick those out from everything else. That's like, I would rather just watch some other things. There was one show, this was something that he pointed out, is one of the things that I think is very attractive about writing isekai as opposed to other stuff is because it typically involves a character that is getting whisked away to another world that they don't understand. It makes it very easy to have a fish out of water scenario where you can do massive exposition dumps to explain how everything works. Right? But you don't need it to be an isekai to do those things, right? Again, Lord of the Rings, the four hobbits had never left the Shire. They weren't familiar with the ways of the world outside of their home. So it would be very reasonable to have people explain to them, you are here now, this is how things work here. You know, I'm sorry for bringing it up, but Harry Potter is a really good example because Harry lived his entire life, you know, in the mundane Muggle world and had no idea about how any of the magic systems or magical society worked or that any of it existed. And so he gets there and has to be told everything by his friends and his teachers and his supporters. You know, it doesn't have to be somebody that is literally not from that dimension. It just has to be someone that is not familiar with the mechanisms that they find themselves now a part of.
Across
I know I, for one, was very disappointed when an owl never showed up for me. Because the idea of there being a secret magical world to go off and explore was extremely tantalizing.
Sans retour. Lumière s'éteint. Les pétales d'iris envahissent les rues du jour déclinant. Nuée complice du clair-obscur vacillant. Nuances de chagrin.
So yeah,
Danse autour des
isekai is essentially a subgenre of fantasy that very easily just sort of becomes mindless wish fulfillment without necessarily having any deeper intention or conversation about anything involved in it. So it can be done well. It has been done well. But I think it just, it's also very easily exploited to be a massive nothing burger.
Lumière s'éteint.
I suppose at the end of the day it really kind of comes down to the same argument that you have to ask with pretty much anything that you would write is, why are you doing it this way? What are the advantages of writing the story in the format that you are, in the way that you are? Is there another way that would serve better?
Sans contour. Sombre. Pour toujours.
I don't think it's a wrong thing to say, I want to write it this way because it's fun, or I enjoy it, or because space dragons are cool, right? Like, rule of cool is a very real thing, and that's not illegitimate. But it's something to be cautious of. Considerate of. Okay, finally starting to get some actual, like, structural detail in here, which is cool. These pillars are gonna continue to suck, though. Really important architectural element, but god damn, getting the volumes and dimensions and detail on them. gonna be really funny if we spend all this time setting up the cathedral and then most of it gets obscured by smoke. Perspective light, that's very challenging. It is. It is. It is something that I think most artists struggle with for a very long time. I think many artists just continue to struggle with. I know I'm projecting a little bit there, but I think it's true. I think it is something that people regularly have to sort of double check and practice on and remind themselves. And then you get into weird shit like this where you're doing 2-point perspective with a curved lens effect, and it's like, okay, so now we can't just do straight geometric lines. That would be too easy. Speaking of which, I mean, I suppose if I maybe could have gone in and drawn things straighter and then used like a distortion tool to warp everything into position, but let's be honest, that would have been less fun. I don't know. Like, on one hand, yeah, it would kind of suck if we put all this work in and then you kind of never get to see it anyway. But like I was saying before, I think a big part of art, a big part of making art, is not just the end result, right? A big part of it is the process of making it itself. The satisfaction of going through and figuring things out, putting it together, trying ideas, reworking stuff, and getting to something that you can look at and go, yeah, that's what I wanted. Like, if you're just concerned with the end result, and you're not at all concerned with the process or the integrity, then yeah, go use a fucking generator or something. The actual creation is part of what makes it so satisfying, and that is going to involve doing a lot of shit that the audience never gets to see. You know, I can always fade out the background on its own image if I'm like that attached to it and I really want to show it off. There's nothing that says I can't. Here we go. Yeah. I think it's looking good. We're just gonna have to do, I think, a little bit. I think we've got a lot of the form in a good spot now, so now comes more of like the atmosphere and toning. Right, so I'm obscuring a bit more stuff in shadow, bringing in some of the darker tones. I mean, it's already pretty dark overall, right? But we can kind of come in here and work this around. Good. I keep wanting to put more detail in here, and I'm like, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's not gonna matter. It also helps that I only have to do half of the drawing, right? Since we're keeping it symmetrical. It's not quite as much work as it might have otherwise been. good. Yeah, something like that. And we can come in and add more detail if we want to. I'm mostly just sort of using this one as a test bed. Seeing what I like and what I don't. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. But then I want to take this. We gotta do the same little shtick here, right? We gotta perspective it down. Get it to start following the same contour. Something like that. There we go. Good. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna save the windows for next time. I think we can put a lot more detail into those. And I will. We got like 5 minutes left and I don't really feel like it's worth concerning ourselves too much with it right now. We even see those? Nope. I was thinking about filling these in. It was like, we never get eyes on them anyway, so fuck it. Okay. Look at this, like... Well... It's part of the process. It's getting locked in. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. I'm just chilling. Hope it's been a good evening for you. Or morning for some, as it may be. I'm glad. I'm glad it has been a good one. I don't know. It's wild to me. It's still wild to me sometimes that people voluntarily spend time here. No, but I am glad this is a place that you guys can relax and enjoy yourselves. That this particular brand of content that I can provide is something that you enjoy. What's going on here? rough spots right here. The contact shadow right there. Let's clean up a few of these nicks and brush strokes. Okay. All right. I think we got some really good progress. I mean, considering we started there. And built it out to this, I would say the environment, the background is coming along very well. We'll have the smoke rising above that, and then of course, our spooky goober themselves. I think just for sort of my own testing purposes, we put this like an overlay with a lower opacity, maybe something like that, just so that the background is like there. Try making it green. Yeah, that's kind of sitting. That's kind of sitting the way we want. Maybe more like turquoise. Yeah. Alright, cool. So we'll play around with that some more later. I think it has definitely evolved a little bit differently from how I might have originally envisioned it. I think I had a little bit more of like a bit more square of an environment that like faded into nothing at the top. Right, like if we might have something sort of go like this across the top of it, just to sort of mute everything. I kind of like that, honestly. I think that's a fairly good look. But it is like closing in a little bit more on the top than I might have originally envisioned. That's okay. It's not really a bad thing. It's just how the drawing evolves. That was a good sprint. Alright. Thank you guys for hanging out. It is, unfortunately, time to call it a night. I always hate this part of the stream. But, on the upside, it means the weekend is almost here. There is one more day, and then it is the weekend. I suppose for some people it'll be a long weekend. For my Canadian coworker, they're celebrating Thanksgiving tomorrow? I believe tomorrow. So, he's out. He gets a long weekend, which is like, damn, alright. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for the stream. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure to hang out with all y'all. Let me go see. I think I need a snack before bed. I'm getting a little hungry. Celebrate just for fun? I'll eat to that. It's just another excuse to be festive, and really, we're in the festive season now. That's what I really love. Like, I love October because of, you know, all the fall vibes and the artwork and the festivities and the costumes and all that. But it's like the start of full-on festive season, right? It's Halloween into Thanksgiving into the holidays. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like we can just kind of leapfrog from one holiday to the next, and it just, I don't know. It feels really nice. Okay, so who should we go say hi to? this evening, who should we go say hello to? Spend a little time with. I'm not seeing anybody working on art tonight. Mia is. I don't think I've ever actually raided Mia before. I've been following her for a long time. She's in sort of the same friend group as Shinomiya and Haruka and Oni. She's a very good artist, very, very talented, very fun. I don't know, maybe we'll go say hi to her tonight. I'm pretty sure if I even like said my old username, she wouldn't know who that is. It's not like I'm a regular or anything. Forcing myself to be responsible, I have to work. That's a fucking mood. Alright, why don't we go say hi to Mia? Or not Mia, Miyusagi. We'll see what she's working on. Alright. Let's go do that. That seems like a good plan for tonight. Sorry, I'm getting silly and fancy with things. It's not working. Whatever, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do a gothic raid. Alright, let's go say hi to Mia. Oh yeah, she's only been going for about 20 minutes, so it should be good. Alright. Will it let me raid? Yep, there we go. Alright, right. I'm gonna shut the YouTube VOD down. And we're gonna get going.